Hi everyone, this is Robert, and welcome to IDG Live. And Happy New Year! If you're watching this live, Happy New Year to you. This is my first live stream of the new year. A quick apology for the fact I've been away for a few weeks. Obviously, there was Christmas and New Year. I was also a little bit unwell for a while, but I am back and raring to go and feeling excellent. Thank you very much indeed. So today, what we're going to do is we're going to be looking at the Crownlands. This was a sort of a series we were doing last year. We were looking at the different regions of Westeros, and we got as far as looking at the Crownlands. I think this is the last one of the different regions of Westeros, actually. And so what we'll do is I'll try and pick up questions. I unfortunately had to cancel it. So if you're a patron and you put in questions last time for when this was going to happen in December, then I have tried to pick up all of those questions this time. And also the Christmas live stream. There were a couple of questions I didn't get a chance to get to, so I've tried to pick them up. But if I have missed anything, patrons, just shoot me a message for the next live stream and I will pick up anything that I missed. So, all that being said, if you are watching this live, I hope you had a fantastic time over Christmas and New Year if you celebrate. I hope you had a lovely, relaxing break as well. But let's get straight into this. I'll be picking up questions from my patrons, but also as much as I can from the chat as we're going through. I'll try and keep this as interactive as we can. I've got a lot of things I should probably say. I've got a lot of ideas about what we do on these Thursday night slots going forward, but I will talk about them mostly next week. This week, we're going to just try and get into this subject, finish off that sort of it's actually quite a long series of videos that we're doing, working our way through Westeros. So we'll bring that round to a close, and then next week we'll start thinking of some exciting new things to be doing. So let's get into this by adding this up here, which is quartermaster.info. As I always say, I don't know who has produced quartermaters.info, but I think it's fantastic. Please do go over there. Please do support them. This map is to show you what we're talking about when we're talking about the Crownlands. Now, it's basically the area that you can see there surrounding Blackwater Bay, which is sort of the area of water right in the middle of that map. Now, you'll probably know where King's Landing is. That's the biggest sort of star there, right, sort of in the middle left of the map. It's the areas surrounding that. Now, we don't have an exact line for this. George R. Martin hasn't given us an exact line, and there isn't a very clear, oh, well, here's the mountains or the river or something which divides one from the other. But very broadly speaking, it includes, if you go to the north, if you can see places along the coast, places that you've sort of heard of. Rook's Rest is there, Duskendale, Stokeworth, Rosby, the things that are sort of moving down. Right up, if you can carry on all the way up through Crackle Point up there, to the Whispers. There's fantastic Brienne chapter that takes her all the way up to there. So that whole streak of land that goes along the coast there, that is all part of the Crownlands. Further sort of to the northwest you go, certainly when you get to places like Maidenpool and then into the Quiet Isle, Isle of Faces, those things there to the northwest, those are all part of the Riverlands. So we're talking a relatively thin strip of land down there along the coast. It curves around King's Landing, right at the bottom left there, just above my picture, or to the top right of the picture of me there, you'll just see Tumbleton, which, if you are aware, in the Dance of the Dragons will become very important. That is just over the border into the Reach. So the boundary of the river, the Crownland sort of is somewhere between King's Landing there and Tumbleton, and then it goes through the Kingswood, which is that forest just to the south of King's Landing, and then goes across and that other little sort of promontory you can see there, which is called Massey's Hook, going up to Stone Dance and Sharp Point. That is also in the Crownlands, as are those three islands you can see there, with Claw Isle at the top, home of House Celtigar, Dragonstone, of course, and Driftmark, home of House Velaryon. So that's the Crownlands. That's what we're talking about, and the I think the sort of technical point to make here is that when we talk about the Seven Kingdoms, this wasn't a kingdom per se. We'll get into that in just one moment. But there was never a kingdom of the Crownlands. That was not a thing that there was. This is an area which has been kind of disputed by various different kingdoms over the years. And when it was when Aegon's invasion happened, this was the bit which was outside of the obvious other kingdom areas, the Seven Kingdoms, as it were. And these are the areas that the Targaryens kind of rule as their effectively lords paramount of their own area. The example, I'm not an expert in American politics for obvious reasons, but the example I've been given, which may or may not be accurate, is the equivalent of Washington, D.C. within America, is that it's kind of like it's not like a massive state, but it's sort of this is where the capital is and things around that. So that's what we're looking at here. And as a result, this is actually quite a small in terms of geographical landmass. This is quite a small area, and the generally through time it's relatively sparsely populated, and the armies that can be raised from there are not massive compared to, say, the Reach or places like that. But there are some significant places of note. You will hear of places like Duskendale. Duskendale was for many years the home of House Darklin. We'll talk about the defiance of Duskendale quite a lot later, I think, actually, because it's a fascinating topic. But when I was saying that back in the olden days, this wasn't a kingdom, the closest this ever really got was when House Darklin were ruling a whole lot of this kind of area. And they remained there. The Dunfort there at Duskendale remained one of the most powerful families in this whole region. You also get places that we know of, like Stokeworth and Rosby. They tend to be, when you're reading the book, they tend to be kind of almost dismissed by people like Cersei as being small and insignificant, and they should just do what we tell them to do. These are quite significant settlements, castles with powerful families. This area, it's not as rich and lush as the Reach, say, or the valley within the Vale of Arryn, but there are farmlands around here. This is quite a nice and prosperous kind of area, and being close to the capital, there's obviously a huge amount of trade going on as well. And the capital is the thing to really talk about when we're discussing the Crownlands, because this is about King's Landing. King's Landing did not exist until Aegon conquered. It was 3 hills, and it's where the king landed, and that's where he set up his home base. This is what turned into a sort of a settlement, into a town, into a sprawling city over time, to the extent where it's got perhaps 1 million people living there. But it's quite easily now the biggest city in the Seven Kingdoms. Old Town used to be and was for most of the history probably of Westeros, but now King's Landing has overtaken it, and everything is gravitating. During Targaryen rule, everything gravitated towards King's Landing. The religion gravitated towards King's Landing. That always used to be over in Old Town. The Starry Sept is still there. That's still their home base. But now the High Septon and the Great Sept, that's in King's Landing. You get the Maesters. They're still obviously based down in the Citadel in Old Town, but now the Grand Maester is up here in King's Landing. So everything is starting to gravitate towards it. And also the commerce is, if you sort of zoomed out from this, you'll see just off of the east of this map is Essos, and some rather rich places like Pentos is just over there. A little bit further north is Bravos, and then you get the sort of the 3 sort of sister cities, the Tyrosh, Mir, and Lys. There's a lot of money going on there, and the ports that they could go to, you would have to go further north from this to be going into Gulltown in the Vale, a long way further north to be going to White Harbour, or you could go a long way further south and then around the bottom if you're going to be trying to get to places like Old Town and Lannisport. So if you want your entry point into Westeros, the place to come in now is King's Landing. In the olden days, the biggest port there was Duskendale, but now King's Landing has absolutely dwarfed that. That is one of the reasons for what happened with the Defiance of Duskendale that, as I said, we will get onto in a moment. But everything is gravitating around King's Landing. The other thing to note, of course, is you get those 3 islands. You get Dragonstone, Driftmark, and Claw Isle. They are technically part of the Crownlands, though obviously they have their own different characters and idiosyncrasies. So yes, you get Dragonstone as part of the Dragonlands. However, under the Targaryens, that was almost as much a home base still as King's Landing was for them. That was the Targaryen place for them. And then the Velaryons are very much based at Driftmark, and also very much a part of for a lot of the history of the Targaryens in Westeros, are very much a part of the wider Targaryen family. House Celtigar, incidentally, if you've not come across them, they are another Valyrian house, a lot smaller, a lot less important, but they are there. We've not really seen them much. There is a Celtigar who does play a role in the Dance of the Dragons, who you may have spotted in House of the Dragon, but that's pretty much it. Then they're not very powerful. Scamelia saying Dragonstone is super unpleasant to anyone who isn't Valyrian, but the Targaryens seem to love it. Is that part of its magic? Is that significant? Yes, I think is the short answer, although I don't know whether I would say this is magic per se. The Dragonstone is basically built on a sort of a rumbling volcano. It's not. It's probably not fair to call it dormant, but it's. If you wander around the island, you'll find that you get these fissures in the rock, out of which noxious fumes sort of come up, and that creates on the island this kind of really kind of muggy and very, very smelly, sulfuric smell sort of hanging over the whole island. And most people really don't like it. It's not a beautiful island. It's not lush. It's not got any of the rare beauty of, say, a Bear Island or something like that. It is very much for the Valyrians. It is very much there as a place where you could have dragons and dragon eggs can hatch and things like that. So it's built for the Valyrians, and so those who are not Valyrian do not find it a natural place that they would want to live. Got a couple of questions, I think, about Dragonstone coming up, so I will probably sort of pick them up there. Talk a bit more about that there. Let's go to, just while we're sort of doing the introductory bit, I've got a couple of questions from patrons that I think play quite well into this. Ninja Robbo saying, who did the Crownlands belong to before the conquest? Were they parts of the Riverlands or Stormlands or independent? If the former, how did the Crown take direct control of them? So, to unpack what I was saying a little bit before, that historically there wasn't a kingdom of the Crownlands. That didn't exist. You had a few powerful houses, probably the one that thought of themselves most as being the kings of the area were the Darklings. However, by the time we get to the years immediately preceding the invasion, you've got two big forces going on. You've got in the Stormlands, you've got House Darndon with Argalunk there, and then you've got Harren the Black, who has got the kingdom of the Isles and the Rivers, so he's from the Iron Islands, but they've taken over a whole load of the Riverlands, and those two, they're butting heads. They're two big personalities, and both of them are kind of wanting that area, that the hinterland between their two kingdoms. And so that at the time it was kind of moving between the two, and Argillac, House Durrandon, had got slightly the upper hand, but in the long run, we've got Harren the Black, who's just been spending 40 years building Harrenhal, don't forget, has just like put his massive flag down in the middle of the continent to say, this is my area, I've got the biggest castle, I'm the most impressive king. And this is actually, if you go back into the history of this is actually the tinder that starts the invasion, because basically Argillac tries to tempt in the Targaryens, thinking that he can control them, to bring them in and saying, I'll give you a little bit of this land here. Why don't you have it and then you can defend it again? Yeah, basically he's wanting to create a buffer zone between him and Harren the Black. Now, we can look back at this and say, that's stupid. But at the time, he probably thought he was being quite clever. The big threat for him that he would have seen would have been the Harren the Black, House Hoare, and so he wanted to create a buffer zone. So that's what the broad situation was. Way back in what was the time of 100 kingdoms, then there were 2 or 3 probably in this area. It shifted hands over a lot of the time, and because that was the situation when the invasion happened, the Targaryens were just taking it off of whichever house happens to be there. There wasn't a liege lord that everybody in that area would look to. So this strip of land around what is now King's Landing, this is the area that they all individually bent the knee to the Targaryens. And so you get this this feeling around the whole area, but particularly in some parts, I'll talk about it in just one moment, where people feel they, more than other parts of the Seven Kingdoms, they owe their fealty direct to the Targaryens, not through anyone else. It's not like the houses in the north owe their fealty to the Targaryens through House Stark or whatever. These houses here in the Crownlands believe, and they're probably right in believing, that they owe their fealty direct to the crown. Now, what that has meant is that you get some parts of the Crownlands who they get told actually they've got, they have got a liege lord. They owe their fealty to somebody else. For example, up in Crackle Point, there's that, as I said, the wonderful chapter with Brienne when she's there with Nimble Dick Crab wandering around Crackle Point, and they're all very clear that House Celtigar claim that they should be the liege lords of that area. Remember House Celtigar, the Valyrians, who not as powerful as the other 2 Valyrian households that we know about. They claim that, but the people of Crackle Point, the houses of Crackle Point, they think they just owe their fealty and therefore money direct to the Targaryens. So they're not paying any money to the Celtigars. If the Targaryens come and want to claim their money, they can do that. But not House Celtigar. So it creates a few of these little kind of idiosyncrasies. But that area now doesn't have a kind of a Lord Paramount, a middleman house between them and the Targaryens. It's direct up to the Targaryens. And 444, building on this, was asking, is the Crownlands run directly by the king as the liege lords, doing all the daily routine that other liege lords must do for the lords beneath them, or is there someone appointed by the king to run the Crownlands boring stuff? Which is a great question. So I think the short answer is that if you look, that it is run directly from King's Landing, that doesn't necessarily mean that the king cares about the boring stuff. Because depending on the king, some of them just take a massive step back and say, I've got a hand of the king. You can deal with the boring stuff. I've got a small council. You can deal with the boring stuff. I'll do all the fun stuff. That's how some kings ruled. Um, Others, and you will find this, for example, a good example, if you think to House of the Dragon, I think it was season two, towards the beginning of season two, when we had Aegon the Second sat on the Iron Throne, and you had this whole row of people coming up and wanting to sort of get him to adjudicate all things. That was what that was about. Now, in the normal practice, the king wouldn't do it, but he was there, and they were trying to show um, the good and bad sides of Aegon the Second. Let's put it that way. But all of this saying yes, it is ruled direct from the Iron Throne. You have to, I personally think, you have to say, well, actually, how does it in practice? How does it work in the rest of the Seven Kingdoms? And to take the North as the example, because we know the North probably better than any of the other regions, does House Stark do the boring business of running the area around where the Boltons are, the Dreadfort? And the answer is no. For the most part, House Bolton is in charge of what goes on in their area. On Bear Island, House Mormont is in charge of what's going on in their area. Up to sort of the around south, even you get like the House Dustin, House Riswell. They're dealing with things in their area. So the day-to-day logistics and boring admin is not dealt with by House Stark. It's not dealt with by the Lord of Winterfell. Where the Lord of Winterfell gets involved is if there's something that either that house itself cannot deal with personally, or there is something that the Starks decide that they ought to sort of come in over and above that house, or there's something to do with the Seven Kingdoms, in which case the Starks will then come in and talk to the lesser lords and get them to do what they want to do. But the money obviously goes upwards through this system from the bottom, and it works its way up. So, examples: Ned Stark got involved. He didn't care. He didn't get involved really with what was happening with the Mormonts and Bear Island. When you got Jeor Mormont decided that he wished to retire and go to the Wall, fine. When Jorah Mormont decided he wanted to marry someone from the south, fine. He got involved when he heard there was slavery happening, and that's when he went off all the way over to Bear Island to start getting involved. If it was something that they couldn't deal with, they weren't dealing with themselves, he was going to come in and deal with it. And that, broadly speaking, I suspect is the way that the Crownlands work. We don't get chapter and verse from George R. R. Martin on this. He doesn't tend to go that much into the administration side of these things. But broadly speaking, in the area around Rosby, then we know it's House Rosby will be dealing with it, or the Stokeworths will be dealing with stuff around Castle Stokeworth. They will be dealing with their own stuff. It's only when things get to a more serious level that the Crown needs to get involved. And then Mara Lee, hi there Mara, by the way, saying, I'm curious about the products, agricultural, etc., that the Crownlands may produce, including alcoholic brews, that the Crownlands may be known for, literature, any special tales. So what else is the Crownlands known for? Well, because it doesn't have its own identity as a whole, it's relatively new. It's only 300 years old, and it's an area of lands rather than an old kingdom. It's not got this, oh, we must have Dornish wine or whatever. So that's not the kind of thing. However, there are certain things that there's a lot of it going on. Farming and fishing. It's all coastal. If you look at it, and so much of this is coastal. There's a huge amount of fishing going on around there. There's a huge amount of trade which happens coming into King's Landing. And as it's the capital, this is what is it known for? Well, what capitals are known for around the world is that this is the capital of politics. This is where the great and the good go to get themselves known. This is where if a bard wishes to become hugely famous, then yes, they could go off to some smaller places. But if they can go and play to the king, then they will become hugely famous. So this is the main thing we've got there. Plus, as I was saying earlier, the fact that industries have kind of gravitated towards there because it is where the crown is. So more and more religion, the leadership of the Faith of the Seven shifts over towards King's Landing. More and more, the alchemists are based there. Where do you find the greatest smiths? Well, quite a lot of them. Tobbo Mott, for example, is in King's Landing. So it's not that there's a particular thing we go, oh well, they're like in the Westlands, they're known for their gold work and things like that. Here, this is the capital, and this is where everything sort of revolves around. Hi, Dr. Debunk saying the best crabs in Westeros. Yes, absolutely. Let's have a quick flick through the chat. I think I had a couple of questions. Roman Lakovets, hi there, saying, I'm curious about the climate of King's Landing. In the shows, it's portrayed as a very warm, almost tropical place, while in the books, it's apparently based on London. Why such a contrast? It's based on London in as much as it's an inspiration for King's Landing, and then there is a lot there that if you start sort of digging into the feel of London, and it's very much like the feel, and the geography. We've talked about this many times, but it's very loose. But London is in the southeast of England, and this is in the southeast of Westeros, and it's just sort of heading towards the estuary of a large river that sort of flows from inland. A great place where you can get lots of trade and traffic coming in from the sea. All of this kind of stuff. Yes, it feels very Londonish. But it's not saying that this is exactly the same as London. So, climate-wise, although London can be quite warm and muggy in the summer if you've been there, it's generally it is quite warm. But I think the main thing to say is that most of the story that we see is in the summer still. So the early parts of this story is in the summer. Then it gets to be autumn, and it's only really as towards the last couple of books, but they're happening at the same time. Only in the last small part of this story that we're actually getting into winter, and then winter is obviously happening more towards the north. So as a climate, it is warm. It's not as warm as Dawn. It's not as warm as sort of some of the summer parts down towards the bottom of the Reach in the Arbor and places like that. But it is definitely it's nice as a kind of a climate. But tropical is not a word I would use for it, no. Weirwood Net saying, sorry, not been around for live streams. As I say, do not worry about that at all. I've not been around for them for the last couple of weeks either. It's late, but Happy New Year, Robert and Mods and Chat. Been dealing with my mother's illness since she's been released from hospital, and I was in hospital having my appendix out before Christmas. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear all of those things, but I'm glad your mother's out, and I hope that you're. I was going to say your appendix clears up. That's probably not the right way of saying it, but I hope you're better and you fully recover from that as well. But thank you. That's very kind. I've been unwell myself for a little bit as well. So do not worry. You've missed less than you might think. And Weirwood Net has gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much indeed. That's really kind. For those who don't know, the best way, if you want to support this channel, then thank you, first of all. The best way to do that is via Patreon. There is, I don't know whether I put the link down there, but if you're watching back later, definitely there will be a link in the description. But it's patreon.com/IndieGeek. That's the best way. if for whatever reason you don't want to go via Patreon, then another way you can do it is by becoming a member here of this channel. And what that does is it highlights your name when you're here in the chat, and I'm more likely to spot it because the chat goes through quite quickly, so I don't always catch things. Okay, I think that's me caught up in the chat. And let's go to Lady Yvonne Strauss, who, hi, I see you're there in the chat as well, actually. Good to see you. Hope you and the Laird are well. Considering the Red Keep is one of the newest castles in the land, how did they assure a weirwood tree in their godswood? Does this weirwood seem to have served any role in the storyline thus far? And lastly, since the meeting table of the Kingsguard in the Red Keep is made of weirwood, does it hold any similar magical significance to the furniture in Harrenhal? Thank you. Okay, so two parts to that one. First of all, the weirwood tree in the godswood in the Red Keep. So this is one of those things where this surprised a lot of book readers when House of the Dragon happened, because it was like, they've got a weirwood. In the books, they don't. In fact, this is actually a plot point, a minor plot point in the books, the fact that they do not have a heart tree. Well, they do have a heart tree, but it's an oak. They've got a godswood, and they have an oak, and that's their sort of central tree there. And it's a sort of a minor plot point because Sansa goes into the godswood when she's there, basically trapped, and she goes to the godswood by way of kind of like a way to escape the Red Keep, and to find a little bit of peace and tranquility, and that's also where she meets Sodontos, and that whole plotline goes off from there. But one of the things that is noted is the fact that there is not a weirwood tree there, and this keeps up this pattern for Sansa in the early part of this story, where she is the least Stark-like of the Stark children, and is being prevented from being as Stark-like as the rest because her direwolf got killed, and now even when she goes to the godswood, there isn't a weirwood tree there, so her Starkishness is being held back, as it were. So in the book, there is no weirwood tree. On the TV show House of the Dragon, there is a weirwood tree. Now, that happens obviously in the Dance of the Dragons, and Dance of the Dragons starts in the year 129. So we're talking 170 or so years before A Song of Ice and Fire. So George R. R. Martin is very clear there are two canons here. There's book canon, there's show canon. And the first answer we can come up with here is that maybe it's just different. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's just in book canon there isn't a weirwood tree there in the Red Keep. Show canon there is. That might be it. The other thing that might happen is that this weirwood tree might get destroyed or burned down or something dramatic like that between what we've seen of House of the Dragon and what we saw in Game of Thrones, because they didn't have one in Game of Thrones as far as we saw either, and the events of A Song of Ice and Fire. It's possible that might happen. There is, in particular, towards the end of, and I should probably say, in case you're new to these live streams, the spoiler policy here is that show spoilers are not okay. Book spoilers are okay. The books have been out for a long time now. Everyone's had a chance to read them, so I will happily do that. And this may well be what happens on the show, but the show doesn't always go exactly the same way as the books. In the books, when Rhaenyra gets hounded out of King's Landing after we have the storming of the Dragon Pit, there is basically chaos in King's Landing. The whole city just descends. Nobody's in control anymore, and it just descends into this kind of almost free for all. and it gets known as the moon. It's lasted a few weeks. It gets known as the Moon of the Three Kings because on each of the different hills, a new pretender king rises up. Now, uh, one of these is the shepherd who kind of led the storming the dragon pit. One of these is, or two of them are probably bastard children of the Targaryens. The truth of it, we don't really know, but it's basically there's nobody really in control, and it's entirely possible, given the fact that the the powers that be escaped from King's Landing, that there would have been rioting, there would probably have been looting, there may well have been people taking out their anger on what's going on. Because don't forget that everybody, at this point in time, the reason why there is so much that the storming of the Dragon Pit happens is that people are angry at the Targaryens. They really that there's so much that the Targaryens have done to the dragons, have done to them, the damage that has been done. The people are almost starving. They hate what's going on with the Targaryens, and so the idea that maybe even just a part of the Red Keep gets attacked by vigilante mobs and stuff, gets burnt down, including a weirwood tree, that makes absolute sense to me. I got absolutely no problem with that. So if we want to, in advance of whatever happens on King's Land, on House of the Dragon, if we want to try and marry up these two things, I think we can do that. But your question there was as much how, if we say that they have got one, how did they get one? Well, this was actually it wasn't a policy so much, but when the Andals came, they would be. There were two competing forces, I should probably say, within them. One was that we're going to impose our religion and our civilization and our way of life here. And that created the Faith of the Seven as this continent-spanning faith, religion, and all these kind of chivalric codes and things along those lines. But also there was another part of that movement with the Andals coming in that wanted to integrate, that wanted to take what was already there in the Seven Kingdoms and say, okay, we don't have to just get rid of everything and everyone. We're marrying into some of these families. These people we're going to be living with them. We might as well just sort of put out a few olive branches. And it became the done thing in certain Andal castles and places like that they would either not get rid of the weirwood tree or even sometimes plant a new one to show that, oh yeah, we're not the enemy. Here we go. You can have that. You can carry on. You can carry on worshipping your tree. That's not a problem. And it became actually something that this new culture really enjoyed. The Godswood became something that the well-to-do, the 1%, the people who lived in the castle, they actually liked. They're having this little bit of green, this little woodland area in the castle grounds. It's pleasant. It was good. It was nice. This is not like when you read the descriptions of the Godswood up in Winterfell, and that just feels alive, and Cat doesn't like it in there. It's mossy with gnarled tree branches and roots, and the tree looking at her, and feels like it's got a different kind of atmosphere going on. It's not that. The ones in the south tend to be a lot more light, a lot more airy, a lot more kind of curated, a place where people, almost like a park area, place where people go. So that is, if we're going to say why is it that in House of the Dragon they've got a weirwood tree, probably because when the Targaryens came, they thought, well, we'll do what these other people do. And you can actually see, this is not, when you say, oh, but the Targaryens aren't the Andals, actually you will find that Aegon went out of his way to try and ingratiate himself with Westerosi culture. So he looked around and said, "Well, what does a Westerosi house need? Well, they need a sigil. Okay, we don't have a sigil. We'll make a sigil. Here's our sigil. We'll call ourselves a house. We weren't a house before. We're just the Targaryens. We'll become a house, and then we will. Yes, we're going to keep our own sort of faith and way of life, but the faith of the Seven, the High Septon, can anoint the king. So they went out of their way to try or Aegon went out of his way to try and just sort of like say, okay, we'll nod to this culture that's there already. And you could certainly imagine how they might go, well, there's some. We don't just rule a culture that has the faith of the Seven. We also have a culture where one of the Seven Kingdoms and chunks of at least one other does worship the old gods. So why don't we have a weirwood tree here? That actually fits very much in with the character that we've seen from Aegon. So um, uh, I think either way we can say this kind of works. We don't have to take too big a step and leap in imagination to get there. Um, as for the second part of your question, which was to remind everyone, this was the meeting table of the Kingsguard is made of weirwood. Does it hold any similar magical significance to the furniture in Harrenhal? Which, again, that's a show thing. We don't know about the Harrenhal. I really liked what they, not necessarily the plotline in Harrenhal, but what they did with Harrenhal, making this very much a weirwood place, an old gods kind of place. And the idea that the bed that Damon was sleeping on was made from weirwood, that is supposed to make us think, this is where he's getting his dreams from. And we get kind of harks back to when Jamie in the books, he sleeps one night, his head on a tree stump that he then uncovers all the moss and stuff and just go, oh, actually that was a weirwood tree stump. And then that's when he had his dream that seems quite that's prophetic, but certainly not a normal dream. So, weirwood, even dead weirwood, could theoretically have some kind of magical powers. Does that fit in with what's there with the faith of the Seven? Well, the faith of the Seven, the Seven Kingsguard. Yes, I mean, if you're wanting to draw a line, you could say what we saw in House of the Dragon was this idea that Bloodraven, through the Weirwood network, is trying to get and make sure that the Targaryens stay in power in order to get to the prince that was promised. And what better way of doing that is by having this dedicated Kingsguard there, and you can perhaps influence them through the Weirwood table. If you want to, you can go down there. Personally, I think that the more plain text reading here is the more likely. There might be an element of that more magical stuff, but in reality, Weirwood Wood is white. This is the White Tower. The Kingsguard wear white. They want something that's on brand for them, and also this is a hardware. This is excellent table material. Hard-wearing, incredibly strong. It's not going to break. It's long-lasting. And it's expensive. It's a bit showy-offy. In reality, when you read your way through A Song of Ice and Fire, the amount of times something comes out, you go, oh, that's weirwood as well. It's actually a significant amount. So, for example, Tobbo Mott, the smith in King's Landing, his doors got weirwood in. The House of Black and White, 2 doors, a black door, a white door. A white door is made from weirwood. Even the High Septon's staff is made from weirwood. Lots of things are made from weirwood. So we don't have to look. They're expensive things by people who have got lots of money, who wish to impress, show off in some way. But it isn't necessarily out of the ordinary for somewhere like the King's Guard's sort of inner sanctum to have a weirwood table. Okay, we've got a few questions through in the chat while I was going off on one about weirwood. Let me see whether I can find where we got to. I think. Yeah, I think it was here. Stephanie Lash saying, no question, but Happy New Year. Thanks for keeping the story alive in our hearts through the dark night between books. Well, thank you very much. That's very kind. And yeah, that's one of the things I like doing. Just try and keep this going. There's so much in here for us to dig into. Mara Lee. Hi there, Mara. Great to see you. I did your question a little bit earlier, actually, if you did want to wind back, saying Happy New Year to you and Dan. Thank you for all the great content. Well, thank you. Hugely appreciate your support over many years now. Absolute legend. Thank you, Mara. And Reflective Rambling is in the chat. Didn't say hello to you earlier. Great to see you as well. And I think I saw Carl Karsnark as well. We might have a full mod squad there. I'll shout them out. Greet Weirwood and Andrew Kay are definitely here as well. Guys, thank you. I have. I don't know whether I did a big thank you at the end of last year. I hugely appreciate that you are the best moderators any YouTuber could ever hope to have. You're absolutely fantastic. And if you're here in the chat, if you could do me a favor, and I'm sure you feel the same, could you just show the moderators a little bit of love, because they are amazing. Thank you very much. And while I'm doing a little bit of thanks, patrons as well, thank you. I hugely appreciate your support. I always say it, I can't do what I do without your support, and so thank you. I hugely appreciate it. And that goes to channel members as well. Right, let's go to, I think I had another question here somewhere. LJ saying, hi Robert, first time getting to catch one of these live and just wanted to thank you as these streams helped me get through a tough 2024. That means a lot. Thank you so much. I never know where people are at in their lives. If you're going through a tough time, then I hope this provides some degree of escapism or comfort or distraction or whatever. If it can do that, then I'm a very, very happy Robert. So well, I'm glad you got through 2024, and here's hoping that 2025, he says, toasting you with a glass of water, hoping 2025 is a lot better for you. And I think that's me caught up. No, we got Per Marcus Rissman saying, for Christmas, I got the Dunk and Egg novellas. Which is excellent. Good. I'm very, very happy for you. Here is a question inspired by those. Which of all the pretenders would have made the best king king? Right. Well, when you're saying the pretenders, I mean, I think this is quite a tough one. I don't know whether you're talking just in the time of Dunk and Egg. I'm going to assume you're not, unless you're talking about during the sort of Blackfires. As a bit of digression here, Daemon Blackfire, I think somewhere along the line, we're going to learn more about this, and I think we'll find Daemon Blackfire has many more layers than we might otherwise think. The history that we have, do not forget, comes from the standard Targaryen line, and they're placing him as a pretender. But then maybe he would have been a good king. Who knows? I think there's more there. We will get it either in Fire and Blood Part 2, Blood and Fire, as George R. Martin wants to call it, and he is writing that as well as The Winds of Winter. Do not be surprised if that comes out either before The Winds of Winter or not too long after. He seems to enjoy writing Fire and Blood. Or maybe we'll get a little bit more about that in future Dunk and Egg novella. But in terms of all the pretenders, I think so. Fagon is the standout character here, in that he seems to have been trained. Whatever you might think of Varys and Illyrio and all the plot around him, he seems to have been brought up to value the small folk, to want to rule wisely, and to be a good king. And that's a good starting point. So as a pretender, you never know what somebody's going to be like when they actually get into power. But Fagon, and I think the hints within the story are, he will, whatever time he does get sitting on the throne, and I think he will get a short amount of time sitting on the throne, whatever amount of time he does get, um, I think the people will actually like him. Um, as for the if you're just talking for Dunk and Egg, I do, and I don't know, I won't give too many spoilers in case you've not got there, but I have a soft spot for Daemon to Blackfire. Let's put it that way. Whether he'd have been a good king, I don't know, but I think there's potential there. Right. Should we go back? Oh no, a question from David Thomas. This, I think, picking up a question also from Per Marcus Risman. Thank you very much. I love it when people do this, pick up questions for other people. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Saying, I don't know, isn't Bloodraven's Weirwood network overplayed? A big flaw in your spy network if you only see one part of the castle. I think other methods and maybe magic is at work here. So if you're, well, yes and no. One of the things that Bloodraven says when he's talking to Bran about his Greenseer abilities is that at some point he will be able to move beyond the Weirwood trees as well. At the moment, all we've seen Bran do through the Weirwood network is look through probably the same Weirwood tree, the Winterfell Weirwood tree. But Bloodraven seems to imply that he can use other Weirwoods and also go beyond them. Now, what does that mean? We don't know yet. But the implication is it's not just what's happening directly in front of the Weirwood that you can see. Just taking this across to House of the Dragon briefly. One of the things, and this was particularly season 1, they did this, but what was particularly noticeable was the amount of important conversations that happened literally in front of the Weirwood tree. And this was time and time and time again. If you want to know what's going on, then you would just have to look through the Weirwood tree. So, is it overplayed? I mean, if you're a Bloodraven maxi like me, then no, I don't think so. I think the Weirwood network, you would say, theoretically could allow you access to see, if he's telling the truth, to see almost anything, almost anywhere. And Martin S. saying, hi, Robert, how do you feel about Dune Prophecy Season 1 now that all its episodes are out? I loved Dune Prophecy Season 1. I really did. I have to say, I've been watching... I often sort of moan to myself more than anything else that I don't get enough time to watch just TV shows. I did get a bit more time to be watching TV shows actually over the last few weeks, and I got into quite a good rhythm of TV shows that I wouldn't say I had low expectations for, but they exceeded my expectations. One of those was Dune Prophecy. I thought that was excellent. I think it was only something like 6 episodes, but it was it felt like proper old school Game of Thrones, where you get, which in a way kind of the Dune universe is, you get great houses scheming against each other, you've got magic-y stuff going on, prophecy, betrayals, lots of different things, and I really enjoyed it. I thought it was very well acted. I thought, I don't often think about these kind of things, but I think the CGI was really good as well. Yeah, I liked that a lot. Other things that surprised me by how good they were. The Penguin, if you come across that, I'd almost given up on kind of things in the superhero universe TV shows, but that one actually it didn't feel like a superhero TV show. It was genuinely good. I also love Squid Game season 2. I know some people were a bit more underwhelmed by that, but I thought, if anything, I think I preferred it to season 1. Um, and um, a Skeleton Crew as well, a Star Wars thing. It's still going on right now. I wouldn't say it's like 10 out of 10 quality, but I had quite low expectations for it. And it's actually quite good fun. Yeah, I've had quite a good run. I have to say, of TV shows that I thought were pretty good. And Wallace and Gromit, not a TV show, but if you get a chance to see new Wallace and Gromit, excellent as well. But Dune Prophecy, to answer your question, yes, I thought that was one of my favourite things of this year. Oh, this last 12 months. Um, right, let's. Um, uh, Steam Pan asking how Dan the dog is doing very well. Thank you very much. Uh, he's taken himself up to bed as he often does. And yeah, Penguin. So people actually just talking about TV shows every moment. I'll just quickly pick up on this. Weirwood Net saying Shogun was made. Shogun's the next one on my list of things that I've been told is excellent. So I've got quite high expectations for that. But I do need to go and see that. And Lady Von Strauss saying Squid Game season 2 showed it way better than the first one. Yeah, I would agree with that. Reflective Rambling saying still haven't seen Squid Game 2, haven't watched Dune, haven't seen the films. You actually don't need to see the films in order to appreciate the TV show. I would argue it adds an extra layer, but this is 10,000 years in the past before the films and the book. Penguin was excellent. Skeleton Crew has been fun. Yeah, I would agree with that. Absolutely. Weirwood was going to watch Wallace and Gromit earlier, but ran out of time. Dude, it's just silly fun. It's just like one of those things you just enjoy it for. Just like it's just a lightening of your spirit. And Andrew Kay saying Shogun was the best series watched last year. Yeah, I keep on hearing that. And Reflective Rambling saying Shogun better than the book, which I mean I've not read the book either, although I've only heard excellent things about the book as well. Okay, so there we go. That sounds like we're all agreed actually on what was the good TV we've seen recently. Let's go to Hermione over on Patreon saying King's Road starts at King's Landing, goes south to Storm's End, and north all the way up to the Wall. Could you give us some background on why it was built and how it might have influenced events and wars? Yeah, happily. So this was. For most of the history of not the Seven Kingdoms, but most of the history of Westeros as a whole, the King's Road did not exist. There obviously have been roads, and what we now think of as the line of the King's Road. The implication has been a path, a trail for a very long time. There's the inn at the crossroads is on it. Then if you want to go through the neck, that's the way you can go through the neck, and things like that clearly imply that certainly in bits and pieces what we now have as the King's Road did exist, but not as part of a major sort of road network and not as a sort of a maintained intentional quality all the way through. The geopolitical reasons behind it, I think this is probably the most important point here about the King's Road, is if you think about the first 100 years of Targaryen rule, you get Aegon's invasion. And Aegon and his sisters, when they ruled, they did a lot of things to try and get the structure right. They made it very clear Targaryens are in charge, and this is going to be a hereditary monarchy, and nobody else is coming in and taking over. We've set up the structure. These what used to be kingdoms, and now you'll be a lord's paramount. You're no longer calling yourself king. You can be a lord paramount in that area. You can still be in charge, but you pay your fealty to. Oh, they set all of these structures up. But still, it was very clear that they ruled because they had dragons. They were the most powerful family there. They hadn't really got buy-in. In fact, by the end of his reign, and when we start getting into Aenys in particular, and then on into Maegor, you get lots of rebellions, and in particular, you get the Faith of the Seven rebelling, getting the small folk sort of roused up, ready to fight the Targaryens. So more work needed to be done to bring the Seven Kingdoms together. Now, under Aenys and then under Maegor, for very different reasons, neither of those two really did much great work. Maegor did a huge amount of the work with the Red Keep, which in turn allowed the building of King's Landing, but nothing really that kind of brought the Seven Kingdoms together. Jaehaerys, with Alicent, was really the person who brought the Seven Kingdoms away from being these different parts of the land that were happened to be ruled by this one king in King's Landing, to actually be effectively one big nation or one big country with different sort of nations or constituent parts within it. And the way that he did that is through boring things, boring but competent. How much of our government is across the world? We would be better if we had boring but competent. Not a political comment, but it works very well. Boring but competent things like getting a rule book that applied across the Seven Kingdoms. That's something him and Septon Bath put their minds to. Say, well, these are the rules that will apply across the Seven Kingdoms. You can't get away with one thing over here and get killed for it over there. Everybody has to obey the same rules. Alicent was very keen on getting marriages between families in different parts of the Seven Kingdoms. So actually you join it, it's kind of like a cultural exchange, joining together these different parts of the Seven Kingdoms. So you get alliances between this family and that family. So they're no longer like seeing each other as enemies. They're actually seeing themselves as part of a larger family. And another thing that Jaehaerys did with Septon Bath was the road network. And he was absolutely right. There wasn't, because this used to be different kingdoms, there wasn't a central road network, transport network between the different places. If you wanted to get from place A to place B, the quickest way is just get on a boat and go all the way around the outside. So what he decided, we will build the King's Road. He would join up King's Landing and Storm's End. At the time, when we were looking down in the Stormlands, we made this point repeatedly. House Baratheon were one of the most powerful and important houses. One of the top three, just below the Targaryens, one of the top three most important and powerful houses, along with the Hightowers and the Velaryons. And they married into, in those first few generations, they married into the Targaryens pretty much the same amount as the Velaryons did, actually. They were so close to the Targaryens. And so that first link there cut down travel between those two places, between Storm's End and King's Landing, to 2 weeks. And then he extended it all the way up to the north. Then they're creating a crossroads with the roads that were already there. You get the road that goes east into the Eyrie. That road already existed, and then the road west that headed off to River Run, that was there. You get the Rose Road and the Gold Road linking King's Landing in across to Highgarden and Lennisport. And what you've then got is you've got this integrated, you're cutting down journey times, and you've got an integrated approach to getting people between places without having to go out into the high seas and risking your life. And that meant going over, as we've said, what probably were already paths, but saying this now is the King's Road. And at any given moment in time, you know that there could be some official guards going up and down this. It was going to be kept in reasonable to a reasonable level of maintenance, to the level of care. That supported trade, because that meant that if you were trying to transport your goods from one place to another place, you could get them not guaranteed, but pretty sure that you weren't going to suddenly lose your wheel of your wagon and all your goods would go spilling out everywhere. So this was actually an important part of bringing the Seven Kingdoms together. What it also managed to do, as I say, you were asking sort of what the implications were in terms of how it might have influenced events and wars. It brought people together, not just in terms of trade, not just in terms of sort of cultural exchange. The simple thing, well, cultural exchange, I suppose this you can count this simple things like when the tourney at Harrenhal happened just before Robert's Rebellion, the Stark children, all went to it. Now, if there were not a good road, this is just after winter, so we're just they think it's just heading into spring. If there was not a good road from Winterfell all the way down there, this would have just been something they couldn't do. You would not have risked all of the Stark children going down there. And then it also sped up the rate at which people could get from one place to another place. For example, when you got when Brandon Stark became convinced that Lyanna had been abducted by Rhaegar, he then charged down to King's Landing on the King's Road, and he could do that very quickly because it's a good, well-maintained road. So this speeds up things and it makes things a whole lot easier. And so the more you kind of dig into this, the more you think actually journey times are really quite important here. When you get to Robert's Rebellion, Tywin Lannister was not having to go across country with his forces in order to try and get to King's Landing, which is what happened with in the Dance of the Dragons. When you get that army coming out from Old Town, they were largely going across country, and they got bogged down. They got attacked a lot, but they got bogged down in the country as they were going by. Tywin Lannister could just go straight down the road. It just made everything so much easier. Reflective rambling. I think that's the next question I've got here. Picking up for Rosa Baudry, I think is how you pronounce that. Apologies, I've probably mispronounced it. What about the people of Crackle Point? It seems that they are closer to the Northmen and the Sistermen, a bit out of place with the rest. Yes, I can see. What you mean. If we've got, I think, I've left the map up, haven't I? All the way through. I do sometimes do this, but if you look at Crackle Point, it's one of those places, and we all know places like this. You only go there if you're going there. You never go through Crackle Point to go to somewhere else, and that means that the people there get a very strong identity for where they are. You can find this around the world. Is that there are some places where the road we're talking about, the King's Road. If the King's Road goes through it, then it's got a much more sort of fluid population. There's a lot more cultural exchange. In Crackle Point, no, it wasn't a particularly a place that had any great raw materials. It wasn't a place that had great mineral wealth or great farming. It could just sort of about look after itself. And so as a result, nobody really paid huge amounts of attention to it. So, yes, it does have that kind of feel with the system in the north, that it's kind of slightly different. It's kind of slightly left behind. It's like the I mean, technology doesn't really advance all that much in the world of Ice and Fire, but it's almost like they got left behind in terms of technology. So, are they different? I mean, I would put them in the same kind of feel. Yeah, so I think the System N is a great example for those who don't know. If you think of the Vale of Arryn and then the north, there's just like a area of sea in between them called the Bight, and there's some small islands, the Sisters, and again, you're only going to go there if you're going there, and so it's a culture that's just sort of stayed. And that, I think, is what you're picking up, and I think what George R. R. Martin writes very well. Um, that also means that stories and legends of that area resound within that area, because those have the importance and the resonance in a way that stories from wider afield probably don't. Martin S. Is there public transport in Westeros, aside from north of the wall, obviously? Can you hire a coach, a driver, and horses for travel? Um, uh, well, we don't get much of this. So um, I think the answer is almost certainly yes. You can hire things like that. That's a thing, but there doesn't appear to be, at least we haven't had mention of yet, a sort of a countrywide coach service, or anything along those lines. It's a lot more in the olden way of doing these things, was as much that you would, when a merchant or the Night's Watch or a retinue of soldiers or whatever was going in a direction, then you might just sort of like go along with them. And the merchant would uh, sort of say, "Okay, I'll allow you to come along if you protect me. If you are adding to like uh, uh, the group here who are here looking after the goods, then you can come along with me and you can sleep under the coaches or whatever it is." That's the way it worked, rather than a um, company that's got different hubs in different cities. It was a lot more kind of, well, we'll go along with you, and maybe we'll pay you, maybe we'll give you, the benefit of our talents. We'll help push the cart out of the mud and things like that. So that's more the way these things tended to go. Which isn't to say that there isn't a coach service out there somewhere. It's just we haven't really read about that. Right, let's go to a question from my patrons now. Mr. Worldwide saying, "Hi Robert, what do we know about the Smiling Knight? What was his motivation behind forming the Kingswood Brotherhood, and did he have any major accomplishments?" Okay, so the Kingswood Brotherhood, we're talking here about the time of Eris II, the Mad King. And the Kingswood, again, look at the map. That the Kingswood is that area of forest, woodland just south of King's Landing. And the Kingswood Brotherhood were an outlaw band that existed there during Aerys II's time, and they attacked the rich passing through, and in ever more daring ways. They took their money. There's a kind of like a hint of kind of Robin Hood to it. There's a kind of a hint of what the Brotherhood Without Banners is going to be later. We kind of know the idea. There's this outlaw band, and the small folk loved them. They thought, oh, they're, you know, they will steal from the rich and then they'll distribute a little bit to us. And so the small folk would hide them when people went out to try and hunt down the Brotherhood. And their fame grew, and we get to know the names of quite a few of these people. The leader actually wasn't the Smiling Knight. It was a guy called Simon Toyne, but we had various other members of there, and the Smiling Knight probably became the most famous after the event. He was a very impressive fighter. He to the extent that he fought people, and Jaime Lannister thought to himself that he was the equivalent of the Mountain of his day, in that the people would want to be able to say that they fought him and defeated him because it would look so good, but people generally didn't. Now, he fought, we know of various battles against the Kingsguard, who went in there and tried to deal with him at various times. Barristan Selmy goes in there. It's not a mission to try and kill the Smiling Knight. It's a mission to rescue a fair maiden, as is the way of Sir Barristan. He's Barristan the Bold. He goes in there, and we learn that he does defeat the Laughing Knight. He doesn't kill him, but he does defeat him. Jaime, who's still very young and a squire, manages to kind of hold him at bay for a bit, but then Arthur Dayne fights him, and eventually Arthur Dayne kills him. Now, this whole thing, this is what leads Jaime to be knighted. Arthur Dayne, for Jaime's bravery here in this fight, because eventually the Mad King he decided we have to get rid of these outlaws there. Sends in the Arthur Dayne, and Arthur Dayne eventually manages to get rid of the Brotherhood. And as a part of that, Jaime's valor is recognised, and he is knighted by Arthur Dayne. Now, this is he's one of the most fascinating characters, the Laughing Knight, because of what he represents as much as anything else. So the first thing is that, and Jaime does, we read about this in A Storm of Swords first. So when we get Jaime's chapters, this is when, although we hear about them before this, this is when Jaime thinks properly about this, quite a few pages actually. And he thinks at one point, a little bit later actually, he thinks about how actually Arthur Dayne defeated them was not just by going in and fighting them, but he went in there and he realized that the Kingswood Brotherhood, they were managing to evade capture because the small folk were protecting them. And so Arthur Dayne made a point of actually going in there and getting the small folk on his side. He would always, when he and his detachment or whatever he had with him, when they were staying somewhere, he always made sure that they paid for their accommodation. He listened to them. He listened to what their concerns were, and he went back to the Mad King with them, and he said, "Okay, I think what we need to do. The small folk here, they're worried about all these things." He got a series of concessions from the Mad King, things like they were on a very small number of days allowed to hunt the deer in the Kingswood, because this was supposed to just be the king and who could, and his retinue who could hunt the deer, but that seemed a little bit unfair to the small folk that they could never. The deer were all over the place, and they were very, very hungry, and they weren't even allowed one every now and then. And he got a concession about that, and he got a couple of other little concessions about the land that they could farm, things like that. And that won the small folk over, and that meant the small folk were no longer just without even thinking, aiding and abetting the Kingswood Brotherhood, and that meant that they could be taken down. And this is an important thing for Jamie, because Jamie is going through all of Jamie's chapters. I was going to say the Storm of Swords, but all of Jamie's chapters is him reassessing himself, reassessing where he's come from, all the things he's learned, what his place is. Is it with his family? Is it with someone else? All of this kind of stuff. So he, in thinking about all of this is quite an important point. Him realizing it isn't just force of arms that wins this. This is him. This is Arthur Dane, not just being the greatest fighter, but actually being clever and caring. So that's his first learning point. But also, I think the other thing, and I can't remember, I might have another question about the Smiling Knight later, if in which case I'm going to roll that one up into this, because I think this is the important point about the Smiling Knight. Is he is included there as part of Jamie's thinking about who he is. And I think it's noticeable that the Smiling Knight is actually only by name mentioned in this book once we get Jamie as a POV character. It's almost as if George R. R. Martin goes, I want to have a character that Jamie can be thinking about as to challenging himself as to how he is compared to this other person. And so it's in that book that we get Jamie starting to think about him and who he is and what his priorities in life are. And so we read about the Smiling Knight, for example. The Smiling Knight is Jamie's thoughts. The Smiling Knight was a madman, cruelty and chivalry all jumbled up together, but he did not know the meaning of fear. And then he's thinking about it, and he was still a boy at this point, and he says, and me, that boy I was, when did he die, I wonder? When I donned the white cloak, when I opened Aerys's throat? That boy had wanted to be Sir Arthur Dane, but someplace along the way, he had become the Smiling Knight instead. And he's just said what the Smiling Knight is. The Smiling Knight is a madman, cruelty and chivalry all jumbled up together. And so what he's doing there is he's judging himself. So the role of the Smiling Knight within this story is not just and there is one sort of in-world role, I think, for him, which I think we do need to talk about, but the role in a kind of more literary way approach is to say this is somebody that Jamie can judge himself against. Now the in-world importance here, I would argue, is to show quite how low the stock of the Targaryen rule had got. Throughout Targaryen reign, you get little rebellions here and there, and they get put down. Some of them are big rebellions, it has to be said. But they get put down by the Targaryens one after another. And then during the reign of Aerys, it's almost as if the circle starts getting closer and closer and closer and closer. Where people, or how people are willing to just defy him. It's not just like a few random people down in Dorne who are defying the rule of the Targaryens or something. No, first of all, we had Duskendale, which is just 2 towns to the north. And now the Kingswood, which is literally, it's the King's Wood. And they're just south of the capital. And here, without any fear, here are outlaws just robbing people who are going to King's Landing. And that is the point here about the Kingswood Brotherhood, is that they are showing that this is how much people, it's not just what low esteem they hold the Targaryens in. It's the fact that the fear has gone. You would never have got away. That would not have happened back in the day when the Targaryens had dragons. Now the fear has gone completely. Even right in the Kingswood, this can happen. Okay, let's go to a question from Lady Vaughan Strauss. Actually, I've got a few questions here. Lady Vaughan Strauss is about the defiance of Duskendale. Why was it a turning point for King Aerys's mental health and the repercussions it had for the king and Duskendale? What were Dennis Darklin's overall motivations for the ill-fated move? And did he never consider the cost for demanding such payments? And then Jay also asks, or says, I think House Darklin and the defiance of Duskendale are really interesting. I sort of feel like the defiance could mean only one of two things. Either the Targaryens were seen as weak, and so they actually thought kidnapping the king would help Duskendale raise its status, or something more was at play, maybe via Lady Serala, and that this was never meant to actually help Duskendale revive its independence, but was some other kind of plot. So what are your thoughts? Okay, so Defiance of Duskendale. This is, I just mentioned it briefly a moment ago, this is during Aerys II's time. And the situation was that King's Landing had grown from literally nothing to the biggest city on the continent, 1 million people. And not just like, here's a sprawling metropolis with lots of people living there. It had become the port, the harbour of choice for people wishing to come into central Westeros. They would go dock in King's Landing. They would find a good market there, and then they can go straight from there onto the King's Road or the Rose Road or whatever. They can just head out to the rest of King's Landing. That's great for if you're a trader, but Duskendale for years had been that port. Duskendale was, for years, centuries, millennia, the biggest port in that part of Westeros. If you were coming in from Essos and you wanted something coming into the centre of mainland Westeros, if you didn't wish to risk going down through the Stepstones, if you didn't want to go all the way around to Old Town, if you didn't want to head up to places that are actually pretty inaccessible to wider Seven Kingdoms like Goldtown, White Harbour, the obvious place for you to go would be Duskendale. But then King's Landing grew and it grew and it grew, and its ports and its docks grew and grew and grew, and it took all of the trade away from Duskendale. And the Darklins, who, let's not forget, they had been the preeminent power through most of that time in this region, they were feeling aggrieved. And they were looking around and seeing that some other parts of the Seven Kingdoms, this is from their perspective, some other parts of the Seven Kingdoms were getting, they could cut deals. The one which was cited the most was Dawn. When Dawn joined the Seven Kingdoms, then they didn't have to, like everybody in the Seven Kingdoms already talked about it, there was a common rule book. Everybody had to do the same things. You no longer could call yourself kings. You then had to be a Lord Paramount. When Dawn joins the Seven Kingdoms, you can keep your own rules of inheritance. You can carry on calling yourself prince or princess. That's fine. You can have a special case for Dawn. And Duskendale thought, that doesn't seem fair. And they probably also, to be fair, looked at Aerys II and thought, we know he doesn't like the Dornish. We can probably use that as an example to say, well, why should you just give this to the Dornish when you don't like the Dornish? Why don't you give it to somebody that you do like? Here, close at hand, good old the House Darklin. So Dennis Darklin, the Lord, he started complaining. And what he wanted a charter. That's what he called it. He wanted a charter for Duskendale. In effect, he wanted a special deal for them. He wanted better He wanted to be able to charge better rates for the docks. He wanted to be able to compete with King's Landing. And he didn't have a liege lord because he was in the Crownlands, and so the only person he could appeal to was the king himself, Aerys II. So he did that, and the answer was no. And so he withheld his taxes. And then Aerys obviously got interested in this. And he said, Dennis Darkland said, can we negotiate? Come to Duskendale, we'll negotiate this. And the Hand of the King at the time was Tywin Lannister, who said, that'd be a silly move. Why go there? But the Mad King by this point was getting quite paranoid, thought that Tywin was out to get him, and said, well, Tywin says no, that means I'm doing it. So he goes off with just a small retinue, just one member of the King's Guard with him, heads off to Duskendale, and negotiations, if they were ever going to happen, end very quickly, and basically they capture. Dennis Darkland captures the king. And he, like pretty much everyone else, thought, well, the person who's really running the country is Tywin Lannister. So we'll just say to Tywin, we got to get this. I've got the king. Give us the charter. And Tywin couldn't take this. Obviously, he couldn't take this. So he brings his army. He gets the army of not just his army, but the Seven Kingdoms army. This is the Crown army. And he takes it up to Duskendale. And Dennis Darkland, by this point, realizes he has overplayed his hand. He's completely misjudged this situation. And he says, if you attack, I'll kill the king. Which obviously stops Tywin. And so he besieges the town. And Dennis says, don't you stay there. The moment you start attacking, I'm killing the king. 6 months pass. Aerys II is captured in a dungeon on his own, solitary confinement. He was already quite paranoid and really not in the best of mental health. And this is just getting worse and worse and worse. And eventually Tywin decides, you know what? We can't just stay here forever. We've got to attack. We've got to do it. Enter Barristan the Bold, who is, and if you only ever think about him from what you see in Game of Thrones, this man is a legend. This is the second time we've got some kind of a legendary thing he's been doing here. This is probably his most legendary thing that he does. Tywin says, right, that's it, we've got to attack. And Barristan, being the Bold, but also taking very seriously the fact that he's a member of the King's Guard, his role is to protect the king. He has to try and save the king. And so he says to Tywin Lannister, you've got to give me a chance to save him. And Tywin goes, okay, you've got 24 hours. I'm gathering the forces. You've got 24 hours. And Barristan sneaks over the wall, city wall, sneaks into the castle, gets to the dungeons, grabs the king, fights his way out single-handedly with the king, kills the person who killed the member of the King's Guard on the way in, escapes out with the king. This is ridiculous. This is hero stuff. And at this point, Dennis Darkland realizes, well, that's it. It's gone now. He throws himself at the king's mercy. The king is not merciful. House Darkland gets wiped off the map. So that is the defiance of Duskendale. However, Aerys emerges from this. His mental health is absolutely shot. And hearing that Tywin would have attacked, knowing that they would have killed they would have killed the king, they would have killed him, this does not help the relationship with Tywin Lannister, understandably. Added to which, Rhaegar was also involved in this conversation. Does this mean Rhaegar also wants me dead? Are the two of them plotting together? Do they both want to get rid of me? You can see how the thoughts can start. And that's what happens with the dust. And people say, is there something else going on here? Which is the question here from Lady Von Strauss and Jay as well. Is there something going on? Now, the people of Duskendale blamed Dennis Duskendale's wife, who's called Lady Serala, who was from Essos. She was foreign. They didn't really take to her from the start. There was rumours that she was a magic user. This is not rare for women that weren't liked in that time to be accused of being magic users. She was accused of sort of dripping poison, figuratively, in her husband's ear, suggesting that he go off and do things that really it's not very sensible. Because when you think about it, although I sort of tried to justify it a little bit along the way, this was a stupid thing to do. This was only going to end one way for the Darklands, and so the people there thought it was her fault, and they blamed her. The Mad King, Aerys II himself, started to wonder whether this might be Tywin's fault, Rhaegar's fault. Maybe they'd manufactured all of this, because who could blame Tywin in this? If this had happened, if what maybe Tywin had said, "Don't go there," knowing that the Mad King would do the opposite, and maybe he would have attacked after 6 months, knowing that nobody could really blame him. He was trying his best to rescue the king and put Rhaegar on the throne. So, could this be something that Tywin did? I mean, the Lady Serala thing. I mean, not on her own without any particular motive. I can't see a point there. The only way that she could be involved is if we do have this much larger conspiracy, this much larger plot that we have the Tywin and Rhaegar trying to work to get rid of Aerys II. My instinct is, at this point, probably not. This is before things got really bad with Rhaegar, between Rhaegar and Aerys. So my instinct is no. This was just, and sometimes these things happen. This was just somebody completely overplaying their hand. Maybe the role of the wife in this was just to sort of say, "Go on, you've got to do something about this. You should be more powerful than this." They got special dispensation. Why don't you? And then he was there trying to do things, but just completely mishandling it. So for me, sometimes the boring answer is the most likely one. I mean, I wouldn't look down on any conspiracy theories. I think they're entirely valid in this situation because it is a little bit bonkers what Dennis Darklin did. But at the same time, we don't have any evidence for anything more. Right, I think I've got a couple more questions in the chat. Let's just try and get to them. Martin S, I think, was the next one. Yeah, I don't think I missed any there. Martin S saying, didn't Jaime Lannister warn the Mad King about allowing Tywin and his army into King's Landing? If so, it was remarkably honourable of Jaime, putting his job ahead of his family's interests. Yeah, Jamie's a fascinating figure. He actually he comes out quite well from the siege of King's Landing. It's not really a siege. The sack of King's Landing. He took seriously his vows as a Kingsguard, but what superseded them was his sense of morality, not his personal loyalty to the Lannisters, which I think is something that we see keep going into the rest of his arc. So the way I would look at this is to say that as much as I was talking a bit earlier about Jaime, about how he has this long period of introspection, moving from being this kind of member of the Lannister family, loyalist and all the rest, he never was like that 100% part of the Lannister, I would say the Lannister cult, but you know what I mean by that. He was never 100% there with the Lannisters are the most important thing in your life. He would have put Cersei right up there, but not his father's wishes. He clearly put Cersei above his father's wishes, and because he became a member of the Kingsguard, and he continually rejected his father's attempts to try and somehow wheedle his way out of it. Um, and also, obviously, he then he killed the Mad King when uh, many people would argue that he many people, the other members of the Kingsguard there at the time, would have argued that he shouldn't have done. So he actually starts off in a, I wouldn't say a more honourable place, but not the place we sometimes think of him as being, and probably not the place that he's portrayed as being on the TV show. Um, Podcast not saying George R. Martin loves to put his heroes on the horns of a moral dilemma to reveal their true nature. Who are they when they don't have all the bells and whistles at their disposal? Yeah, absolutely, I would agree with that. The only thing worth writing about is the heart at intention with itself. Right? That's not the exact quote, but that's something that George R. R. Martin often in conflict with itself. Is something that George R. R. Martin often says. He doesn't like the characters who they're just following their own kind of moral code in this way, and there's never any doubts or thoughts. He loves writing about these characters who start getting conflicted. Alfie22 saying, long time fan, haven't caught a live in a while. Thanks for keeping us all entertained for so long. Well, thank you very much. I hugely appreciate that. And I think that's me caught up in the chat. And let's go to James Horner saying, hello, Robert. Do we know what happened to Bittersteel's mother? We know that his aunt was executed when she slept with the Knight of the Kingsguard. I have read on her wiki her whole family was executed with her. Wouldn't this have included her sister? If this is the case, could Bittersteel have in some way blamed Deeren? It could add an extra dimension to his talking Daemon Blackfire into gaming the Iron Throne. All the best to you and yours, as well as everybody watching. Well, I think you're potentially onto something here, but not in exactly the way that you're framing it, if you don't mind me saying. In that, the background here is that Aegon the Fourth had many mistresses, and the first that we have is Dana, who is she's the mother of Daemon Blackfire. Now, so she was the one. She was in the Maiden Vault, and she basically has an affair with Aegon the Fourth, and Daemon Blackfire is he's produced from that. Then we get I'm not covering all of his mistresses, but then the next one we need to worry about here is Barbara. Barbara Bracken. Now, Barbara Bracken was she was his mistress when he took the Iron Throne, when he became king. And she had, at about the same time, she had her child, who became Aegor Rivers Bittersteel, Nerys, who was Aegon the Fourth's actual wife. She also had a pregnancy that nearly killed her. Now, this situation got so bad that people thought that Nerys was going to die, and so the king would not have a queen, and he would be looking for another queen, and he already had a mistress, and so we get Lord Blackwood, who was starting to say to everyone, "Well, my daughter Barbara, she's going to be the next queen, you know. Just as soon as Nerys dies, we will have a new queen in here. I'm going to be the dad of the new queen." And Nerys did not die. And suddenly, all that loud talk, all that bragging, that suddenly became almost treasonous. And Nerys, who was the mother of Dame Diran, sorry, um, Diran the second. Diran and Aemon the Dragon Knight then felt honour bound to hound Barbara Blackwood and her newborn son out of King's Landing, which meant that Aegon IV found another mistress. This time it was a Blackwood, and then after that another mistress, and that was Bethany Bracken. And then this is what you were talking about, Bethany Bracken. She got caught with a member of the Kingsguard, and so she was killed. And it wasn't her entire family who was killed; it was her and her father who got killed. So Barbara survived, Aegor survived, and the Brackens as a family survived. So that specific thing, I think, no, that was not, probably not, it wouldn't be a thing which he would be blaming Diran for that. However, he could very much, he would have been told that, from his birth, that he could himself, whether he could have been king, his mother could have been queen, he could have been the firstborn son of the king and his queen. Maybe even he could have aspired to the throne himself. If he wasn't going to be the throne, then he would suddenly be a hugely influential figure at court. And all that was taken away from him by Diran pushing his mother out of court. So there is definitely at play here a reason why Aegor might have disliked Diran from the very start. Catherine Furseth saying, "Hi Robert, I'm sneaking in a question I've had about Dragonstone since it's technically in the Crownlands. What do we know about its actual age and construction? To me, it seems there is some doubt about how old it is, and even more about how it's constructed. Some talk about magic being used. What kind would that be? Fire magic, since it was constructed before the fall of Valyria? Who do you think had it built and why? Can you please also talk about the painted table? Why did Aegon have it made if not for preparing the conquest of Westeros?" Okay, so Dragonstone. We do know how long Dragonstone was there. 200 years before, not the island itself, obviously, but the Dragonstone castle and the Valyrian ownership. 200 years before the Doom. That's what we're told. And during this time, the Valyrians, they had various prophecies that made them incredibly wary about Westeros, but they were very slowly but surely edging their way in that direction without ever going on to the mainland of Westeros. They'd already got as far as we can tell, the Velaryons were already there, House Celtigar were already there on those other two islands, and now they took Dragonstone. And that was probably an important point for them because that could allow, theoretically, dragons to survive there, because as we saw, dragons like living there. You get the hot springs, fumes, whatever, the volcanic activity going on created the right atmosphere for dragons. So that was quite an important and significant step for them. They weren't going, as far as we can tell, the Valyrians weren't going to sort of step foot actually on mainland Westeros, but that gave them control of access into the gullet, and well, at the time, Duskendale as the main harbour there, and also the middle part there of the Narrow Sea, strategically important parts of the map. So this was 200 years beforehand. What about Dragonstone Castle? Now, Dragonstone Castle, again, put out of your mind the idea of what we had on the TV show. Dragonstone Castle is made out of basically this kind of fused rock in shapes of dragons, and as people walk around it, you just see, yes, there's lots of instead of merlons, instead of like the crenellations that you get on castles, you would get just like this mini dragon statue and then another one and things like that. You would get an archway that was basically just one big tail, a stone tail arching over of a dragon. Um, the chimneys were like snouts for dragons, and the smoke from the chimneys would come out from the dragon's snout. The whole thing was made dragony. How was it made? Well, using dragon fire, as far as we can tell, and the Valyrians, they developed ways of doing this fused black stone, which in the early days seemed quite simple, but then it became more and more elaborate the further into their time they went. Now, if you go to Volantis, you get the Black Wall of Volantis, which is this huge wall creating sort of two parts of the city, either inside the wall or outside of the wall. Inside the wall, that's where the sort of the old blood Valyrians lived, and it's got these carvings on it, beautiful, intricate carvings on it, which at a very high level, the way we're kind of made to understand it is that it's the stone is melted with dragon fire and then shaped with magic, and then it sets like that, and that's the kind of feel we've got going on. So 200 years, and George R. R. Martin, very soft magic system. He's not telling us the details here. We probably shouldn't just imagine like a dragon just sort of breathing flame and then a magic user going Alakazam. That's not roughly how it would work, but that's the kind of the basis of what we've got going on here. He's not going to explain the nuts and bolts of it, but so it was there 200 years before it was created, 100 years before. Then we're getting the Targaryens going there. So the Targaryens sitting around on Dragonstone, the painted table, which is the massive table the shape of Westeros. Why on earth would he have that if he wasn't already planning to invade Westeros? I think the short answer is he probably already was. The impression we sometimes get is that he just woke up one morning, decided to invade Westeros. The history books, The World of Ice and Fire, seems to imply that you get this slight argument with Argalak, and then he decides, right, that's it, I'm just going to go and invade. The truth is that he'd been doing these trips over to Westeros for quite a few years beforehand. We hear about him going to the Arbor. We hear about him exploring a lot of Westeros. The TV show obviously tells us about him getting this dream, this prophecy, and although that seems to add in some sense of urgency, the table itself shows which way they're looking. After the doom of Valyria, they're sat there for a few generations on Dragonstone, the Targaryens. Now, they could have looked back east. They could have looked back to Essos. This is where they'd come from. They could have looked back to think, well, why don't we go and claim one of those cities for ourselves, one of the free cities for land. Pardon me. Volantis say. They could have done that. They could have claimed something, we're the only Targaryen dragon riders left. But no, actually, they were looking west. At least Aegon was looking to the west. So my overall take is that we don't know about this dream in the books. We assume it's happening in the books. The idea, apparently, the thought came from George R. R. Martin, apparently. Um, but we don't know exactly what that take was. It a series of dreams over a long period of time? Was it one dream that he woke up in a cold sweat and said, "That's it, we need to invade"? We don't know. But the fact that you've got this painted table does seem to imply to me that he was planning and thinking about this for some time, because you'd have to commission people to do this, and it would take them quite a long time. So yeah, this is like at least a year in the planning, you'd have thought. Right, let's go to and a question from Hawk of Starfall. Why didn't the Crownlands get improved and increased in size over time? With the clear infighting that happened, you would think the Targaryens would want to increase the direct manpower they had access to. Interesting. So, why they weren't increased? I think the biggest answer well, there are two answers to this. The first answer is that they were increased in manpower hugely with the growth of King's Landing. That went from naught to 1,000,000, and the hinterland to that will also have increased the amount of people there. So the population of that part of the world hugely increased over time. But why didn't they sort of territorially expand where the Crownlands were, take out a bit of the Riverlands, maybe push a little bit further into the Stormlands? Because they didn't see themselves as equals to the rest of the Seven Kingdoms. They didn't see themselves as, well, this is our bit, that's your bit over there, this House Baratheon, that's your bit over there. They didn't see it like that at all. They saw themselves as in charge of all of the Seven Kingdoms. It's just that this bit happens to report directly to them. If they needed an army, they would call up an army from everywhere. They didn't just call up their own army. That's not the way that it went. If there was an attack, so the Iron Islanders were a problem, you would say, okay, so in that case, we'll need the Red Wine Fleet as well as the Royal Fleet. Go and get them. When you get the problem in the Stepstones, then you will gather together an army of people from across the Seven Kingdoms and send them over there to go and sort it out. They were not the same. So it's adding to the territory of the Crownlands actually wasn't adding to their power in any way. They were all powerful already. Ranabir Mitra, salutations, Robert and Dan the dog. Happy New Year to you and everyone in the chat. Could you share your theories about what possibly happened with Jonquil Dark, the Scarlet Shadow and protector of Alysanne? She disappears from the story after we move into the later years of the Old King's reign. I found her to be a fascinating character. Yeah, so she is. She's a female warrior who enters. They do a contest for people to join the Kingsguard, I think it is. She enters as a mystery knight and does really well, and then unveils herself. Ha ha! I'm a woman, really, and everybody, the small folk, love it. Ah! It's all great. So she does really well, and then eventually it's decided that Queen Alysanne needs protection, personal protector, and she gets appointed. And she goes around with her. We get various little through. When you're reading through Fire and Blood, she keeps on appearing. She's known as Scarlet Shadow because she wears red, and she is always just just close to Alison. She's always just there. And so she seems an incredibly competent fighter. Um, but yes, she disappears from the narrative. Now, you could, um, if you wish to, and there are some, if you go hunting for it, you can find some people with conspiracy theories about the fact that she was given a task of she was sort of seconded off to be looking after Sarah. This is Jaehaerys and Alison's daughter, who was rather freer with her love than they probably wanted her to be. And so basically, she got locked up, and Jonquil got assigned to guard her and kept up her role in the same way she had with Alison, but even more so, going with her absolutely everywhere, standing by her bedside, yet going with her to the bathroom, everything. Um, Sarah eventually uh, goes away, escapes, and the you can come up with some conspiracy theory if you wish to, that maybe she kind of fell out of favor because of this. Personally, I don't see that. I think this is, and I think this is the second time today I've said that sometimes I think the boring answer is actually the correct one, is that she was there as the close personal protection to Alison. Um, Alison lived a very long time, and Jonquil would have been pretty old towards the end of it. If they still decided that they wanted close personal protection for Alison, probably an aging fighter wasn't the best person for it. Probably Jonquil just either quietly retired or died on the job in a not particularly heroic way, or in other ways just kind of like faded into the background. Yes, she's interesting, fascinating character, but she clearly didn't have I would say, either an heroic or ignominious end. She just was one of the few people in this world who seems to have just um, her life slowly fades off into insignificance. Um, right, let's go to Corvus Corax. A Happy New Year, Robert. Are the winters easier in the Crownlands, or does the accumulation just come late but with equal intensity as their northern counterparts? No, it is easier in the Crownlands. The winters aren't as harsh. The north, it is hard. The winters are harder in the north, and you can see this in the practices that they have. Up in the north, it is a regular practice that people abandon if they're out somewhere in like their farmers or something. They abandon their farms to come to gather in to where there is warmth. They go to Wintertown, just outside Winterfell. If you've not come across this before, just outside Winterfell Castle, there's a settlement, but it is a settlement that during most of the time is almost abandoned. But when it comes to winter, then all the people in the outlying lands all come and descend and set up home in Wintertown, because in Winterfell, this is where, if you remember, there's hot springs in Winterfell, so the water can keep flowing. They've got um, the glass houses basically that they can grow fruit and vegetables all the way even into the deepest winter. They, with the hot springs keeping things warm and the glass houses, they can keep growing things, and everyone can share, and this is how people stay alive in the winter. And there are customs of people who, if you're, I mean, because the same applies to other castles and places across the land, but they will know how many people they can keep in the castle, and often the older men sort of say, "Well, I'm I'm going to go off for a walk now. And everyone knows that they're sacrificing themselves going out into the winter so that their children and their children's children can safely survive the winter in the castle. So these are rough times in the north. This is literally a matter of life and death. You don't get any of that down in the Crownlands. That's just not part of the culture at all. They do not. The winter does happen there, but not quite as badly. So it hardly ever snows, basically, when you get to the Crownlands. When you get into winter, then yes, there is. We do get some accounts of snow happening, and but they are few and far between. It doesn't snow much at all. Winter does happen, but not as badly. Um, Relaxed like a cat, saying, "Hi, Robert. Will A Song of Ice and Fire be a more enjoyable series for fans like us, if A Dream of Spring is never published?" Um, Keep up the good work. Okay, well, I will throw this one to the chat. I always like throwing some questions to the chat. Theoretical, and I don't like this idea. I don't like thinking about this because it hurts too much. But if A Dream of Spring never happens for whatever reason, we would clearly be. In a world where we're speculating about what the ending could be. Would that be fun, or would that just be frustrating? So let me know. I'll read out a few of the comments in just one moment. But yeah, so as I say, I don't like to dwell on this too much because I think it's um, I don't know, maybe a little disrespectful to George R. R. Martin, who clearly is still alive and clearly is still writing. But he did I think the first time, it might have done it before, but I hadn't spotted it. He did say relatively recently, within the last month or two, just in passing in an article, oh well, I suppose maybe I won't ever manage to finish it. Which I think he has to be facing up to his mortality. Of course, we all do. But yeah, if in that context, what if we did never get it? Would that actually make for more fun speculating or not? I know which camp I'm in. But let's have a quick flick through. Stephen Donnelly saying the Winds of Winter and Dream of Spring will realistically raise as many questions as they answer. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that this is. I will come to the other comments, but I think this is a really important point. For me, some of the most significant things and the way that this is written, some of the most significant things in A Song of Ice and Fire, we will still be debating even after we get the end of the series. For example, who is Azor Ahai reborn? I don't think we're going to suddenly get a moment where a character suddenly jumps up and big arrows start pointing at them saying, this person is Azor Ahai reborn. We're going to get some people who think it's that person, some people who think it's that. We're going to get thematically this person operates in that sort of a way. This person does those things, so surely that means it's them. But this person over here believes fundamentally because of their religious beliefs that it's that person over there. There's going to be so many different, and we will still be able to debate this afterwards. Because of the way that it's written and in a really good way. It's Graydon saying, sounds very frustrating to me. Reflective Rambling saying, best case if it's not published, all headcanons are totally canon. Yes, absolutely. Let's have a quick flick through other... Christopher Rakov saying, yeah, no, it won't be fun. It'll be frustrating. I think I'm with that. Agree. Weirwood saying, when all these people have been hounding him for years about finishing and his mortality, I totally get just telling them no. Northern Tommy saying, I'm at peace with it. Yeah, I mean, I think For me, IDG. So Andrew Case saying the unknowns are very thought-provoking and drive future debates. Surely certain elements require clarity at some point. Yeah. I mean, I think I try and round all these things off too. Um, he still says he's writing them. I think uh, I want to give him the respect to say I'm not going to seriously debate any of these kind of things about who might finish off the story, uh, what happens if it doesn't get finished off, unless and until he gets to start talking about these things. I think let's give the man the respect to say, okay, it's your story. We care about this so much because of what he did and what he's already written. Gilio saying, did any Valyrian houses maintain any material culture when settling, art, fashion, architecture, etc.? And did any of their vassals try and imitate it? Well, this is interesting. This is what I was saying earlier, was about uh, the way that the Valyrians, um, or Aegon in particular, bent over backwards to try and fit in with the existing culture within the Seven Kingdoms. It's noticeable the things that they said no on this no, and that is the incest thing, and that is the polygamy thing. Those are two things straight away that they just say no. That's part of our culture. We are different. And when you get to Jaehaerys with his doctrine of exceptionalism, which I can't remember all of the highfalutin language within it, but basically it says we're Targaryens, that means we're Valyrians, that means we're dragon riders, that means we're different, that means we do not have to obey the same rules as everyone else. They established that and said this is a core part of what it is, and that is the key thing. In terms of actual culture, there clearly is the language that they have kept to certain degrees. Now, when I say they have kept to certain degrees, it's very clear that Dany speaks Valyrian. And the only reason why she would be speaking fluent Valyrian is because she has been taught that. That means Viserys must have thought that was important. That must mean that the people who were there keeping that continuity going for her will have thought that this was important for her to be able to speak Valyrian. In terms of sort of culture and fashion, we don't read that they dressed particularly different. They clearly had some trinkets and things that they had left over from Valyria, though those seem to slowly go away. The dragons obviously went. The Valyrian steel swords they had obviously went. They had the dragon skulls. That was very important to them. Their culture in terms of the death rites, burning the body rather than burying it or anything like that, that they kept. And Valyrian marriages also seems to be a different thing. So there are elements here, but they over time they seem to get diminished, and there was a deliberate attempt to try and ingratiate as much as they could as well. Martin S. Should George R. R. Martin never be able to finish the next novel, do you think anyone could do a Brandon Sanderson to the book series, finish someone else's series? Well, in the light of what I've just said, what I will do, I will happily answer the Brandon Sanderson point, in that Brandon Sanderson has himself been asked this. And I think he said something along the lines of what I've just said. It's like, hey, the guy's still alive. But also he said, not him, is that he thinks that George R. R. Martin is one of, if not the greatest living fantasy writers. And so it's not that he doesn't like what he's written, but he thinks that his worldview and his way of writing fiction is significantly different from George R. R. Martin's, and that would not allow him to finish the story in a way that was sympathetic to George R. Martin. What Brandon Sanderson did when finishing off Robert Jordan is he wrote it in his own style. He didn't try and imitate Robert Jordan's style. This is The Wheel of Time. For those who don't know, Brandon Sanderson finished off when Robert Jordan died. Brandon Sanderson wrote the last 3 books in The Wheel of Time, based off extensive notes that Robert Jordan had left. But Brandon Sanderson says basically George R. R. Martin, the style of fantasy. I don't think George R. R. Martin himself has ever specifically said that this is the style he's wanting, but it has been called grimdark for obvious reasons. People die. It's dark. There's a lot of lack of hope going on there. Brandon Sanderson is a lot more in Robert Jordan and also the Tolkien kind of style. There's always hope. George R. Martin does not offer us this glimmer of hope. Bittersweet is the best that he can go offer us towards the end. So Brandon Sanderson has ruled himself out. Let's put it that way. Hyos Ballerina. King's Landing seems to be particularly awful and a dump compared to any other city or ruling seat we hear of in Westeros or Essos. Why is this? And why do only the crazy rulers seem to care? Historical reasons. It's so it wasn't planned. It wasn't meant to be a city. And it's had a lot of bad things happen to it in a very short space of time. So when you add all of those things together, you don't get a great city. And so when I say it wasn't planned, Aegon didn't land and say, right, let's build a city here. He built a wooden, so temporary defensive structure, and said, well, this is my base for the time being. And then people started moving there because that was his base. And then after that, the Red Keep kind of got built, and then things got sprawling out outside of it, and more people had been building houses, and that went out and out. And eventually they decided, oh, we do need some kind of defenses here, so we'll build a wall around the outside. It got all the way through to Jaehaerys before they started thinking about, well, maybe we need some sort of sanitation or something going on here. So it took 100 years of just nothing going on before somebody even stopped and thought, you know what, we should probably try and do this. But it means that we've got a city that has just evolved. There's no planning to it whatsoever. It's just sort of happened. And the fact you've had some good leadership and ownership and some not so good, the fact that it's had riots quite a lot of riots, and it's been attacked a lot. The storming of the Dragon Pit, we had the Moon of the Three Kings. We had the sack of King's Landing by the Lannister forces. We had the riots in the Song of Ice and Fire. We had so many different things going on just in this short period of time. There's a lot of money going on. There's a lot of people who want it to be a good place, but at the same time, it's never had the real consistent planning going on. Now, perhaps over time that might have happened. Old Town probably also happened in roughly the same kind of way, but that's had a consistent ruling family for millennia who can, within there, they can just do what they want. And they managed it very effectively. That's the short answer. Wasn't planned. It's not been around really for long enough for, or with a consistent enough management that it could be turned into a city that operates well. So again, I mean, we talked about this a long while earlier in the stream. The London echoes are definitely there. London was not a pleasant place to live for a lot of its time. But then eventually you get public transport, you get sanitation. The city had to burn down, it had to be rebuilt. It's still very confusing jumble of roads going in random directions because it wasn't a planned city, unlike a lot of cities in America, say, or Paris or something like that. But that's the kind of feel you have for King's Landing, is it's not planned, it's just emerged. Question from Martin S. Saying, yes, I also think Brandon Sanderson's style is less fitting for George R. Martin than from Robert Jordan, but how about someone else? There are other grim dark fantasy writers. There are, and I mean, I think Gerard Crombie's a fantastic grim dark writer. I'm just struggling to think of any others off the top of my head, but there are some great writers in his style out there. For what it's worth, George R. R. Martin, anyone who takes this over is on a hiding to nothing, because we've all got our ideas in our head about how this is going to finish, and it's not going to finish in the way that we all each individually want it to. It would be a very tough gig. Let's put it that way. Let's go to... I think I've got 2 more questions from my patrons. So now's a good time to drop any more questions into the chat. We'll try to get as many of them as we can. Commander Ray saying, when the books hopefully are finished, the battle against the others will surely be devastating, but I want to get your opinion on how the living will counter them, using actual good strategies for starters, and just how much they'll push. Because the battle ending at Winterfell seems like an appropriate place, given the castle's massive size and importance. But at the same time, means the South doesn't... but at the same time means the South doesn't suffer the cold. And then I thought, what if that's the point? The Shire wasn't overrun with Sauron's orcs, but a fallen wizard and his minions, or in this case, a storm crow. Thoughts? Okay, so, well, how is this going to end is obviously the million-dollar question. I'll tackle the substance of the first bit, is that what tactics could potentially work, and then there will be many more eminent military strategist than me, I'm sure, in the chat. But there are a few things that we know work, or are pretty sure will work. Dragonglass will work against the others themselves. Valyrian steel almost certainly will work against the others themselves. Fire definitely works against the whites, zombies. So what do you do with that? Well, you can, and I've got some videos coming out actually about Valyrian steel over the next week or two. You can certainly try and get as much Valyrian steel up to the wall or Winterfell as possible. You can certainly try and get you can mine as much dragonglass as you can as possible. I think the biggest game changer is the dragons can certainly get rid of the whites, and then that we don't know how many others there are, but if the whites can be cleared by dragonfire, and then you get sort of an army armed with Valyrian steel and dragonglass to take out the rest, that would actually be a slightly more even battle, you might think. Added to which, I'm still, if you've been on this channel, on my main channel, in Deep Geek, for a while, you'll know I'm very much in favour of this idea that the statues in Winterfell crypts will come to life. And the benefit there is they're already dead. They're statues. They can't, if they do get chopped down, they're not going to come up as whites. So I think there's lots of different things. If you're talking pure battle sense, lots of different things that you could do to try and even up the fight a little bit. But I'm also very much of the opinion, and I will work my way towards this in a series of videos, which is sort of in a series. I don't know whether you've noticed that. Quite a few of the ones I've been doing recently, looking at Winterfell's crypts. I'm now looking at Valyrian steel. I did probably a year or so ago. I did quite a few about kind of the northern plot line, Robb Stark's will, and things like that. All of this is going to start pulling together at some point and moving towards the others and the end game there. So if you're interested in that's where roughly I'm heading with those videos over the course of the next 6 months, maybe. I don't know, something like that. But the end game of this, I am convinced, is not just a battle against the others. That doesn't seem to fit either George R. Martin's writing style or indeed what we know about where the others go. There was a battle against the others before in the first Long Night, and yes, they won and they went away, but we want to get rid of the threat completely. And some magic, it would appear, created them in some way, made them, brought them into this world, whatever it is. Some magic happened. My contention is that the way to end this is to undo that magic. So it's not fighting them, it's undoing the magic that created them or brought them here or whatever. Now, that, I think they tried to show that on the show by showing that the big battle actually didn't mean anything. Actually, what mattered were the Night King got created by being stabbed in the heart by dragonglass in front of a weirwood tree. He got uncreated by being stabbed in the heart by Valyrian steel in front of a weirwood tree. I think that's what they were trying to do, was they were trying to show the magic has been broken and that is what ends this threat. Feel free to decide whether they did a good job on that or not, but I think that, to me, trying to read their minds, to me, that is their interpretation of what I suspect George R. Martin said to them, which is something along the lines of the others are defeated not by a big battle, but by undoing the magic that created them. I think that is where we're going with that. So I hope that kind of makes sense. In terms of your talking about the Shire wasn't overrun by Sauron's orcs, no, that's absolutely true. I mean, my scouring of the Shire thing is a reference to who is the secondary baddie in this, who is the Saruman figure in all of this, and I think that is going to turn, as you're hinting there, I think that's going to turn out to be Euron. So after the big seeming enemy has been seemingly dealt with, then we turn around and go, well, what now? Oh, we've still got this threat over here. Karis Ballerina, do you think House Sunglass will be important going forward? Very religious house with a lord burned by Selyse and now residing in Volantis. Will they ally with Fagon or Dany to help them take over Dragonstone or the Crownlands? Yes, possibly, but I am my first one of the year, and I always say this for those, if you're new to these live streams, if I do not think that I can give a particularly eloquent and informative answer straight away, I'm not going to waffle. I will come back and answer this next week. So I will add this one to the list if it's okay, Carlos Ballerina, and I will give a proper answer to this one next week. I'd much rather give a proper answer than sort of a slightly waffly one that everybody knows that I'm just kind of stretching a little bit. The Hammer Time 51 saying Happy New Year, Robert and IDG listeners. Thank you, and to you too, sir. Chaos Ballerina, part 2. The books make a specific point to show Fagon is trained in the Seven. Yes, so I'm assuming this is part 2 to that question you said earlier. They definitely do make a point of showing that he is trained in the faith of the Seven. I mean, it's not clear how religious he is, but he certainly understands the faith and the teachings of the faith. And last question from my patrons, Ranabem Mitra saying, it's a Lord of the Rings question, if time permits. So that was all of my questions about the Crownlands, but I've got one quick Lord of the Rings question, asking about my recent video on the Silmarils, which I think was only yesterday when that one came out. In the script, I said that Feanor poured himself into the Silmarils when he first made them. Is this really true? As in, is this the same process used by Morgoth to make Morgoth's ring and Sauron for the One Ring? In that case, it adds more credence to the Silmarils being marred objects despite the Valar blessing them. And then considering Feanor's inner fire resulted in his mother's death in Aman, then for sure the Valar should have known that these objects were marred creations from the beginning, right? I used slightly poetic language there, let's put it that way. So when I say he poured himself into them, I did not mean in the same I was going to say the same literal sense, same sense that Sauron poured himself into his essence, as it were, into the One Ring. So the One Ring contained part of himself, effectively. The way that this gets described in the Silmarillion is that he, I can't remember the exact words to start with, but it's that he used every part of his lore and craft and knowledge and willpower or something like that in order to make these, the Silmarils. And then when we get, for those who don't know the story, the Silmarils contain the last light of the two trees of Valinor. The two trees of Valinor are destroyed by Morgoth and Ungoliant. The Valar go to Feanor and say, hey, there's still a bit of their light in those there Silmarils. Can we have them? And he says, for the less even as for the greater, there is some deed that he may accomplish but once only, and in that deed his heart shall rest. It may be that I can unlock my jewels, but never again shall I make their like. And if I must break them, I shall break my heart, and I shall be slain, first of all the Eldar in a man. So what he's saying when I saying he poured himself into this, it's not like a magically part of himself into them. What I'm saying is that this is in the same way that we might say, I put everything into this. I put everything into making this. But with this added element of he's saying, I know this is my masterpiece. I know that I can do no more like this. This is it. This is the greatest I'm ever going to do. It's all downhill from here. I cannot recreate this. And that is the kind of feel that we got going on here. And then he becomes so attached to this that he says, if I have to break them to release the light inside them, it'll break me. I will just fall dead here. So it's a really strong bond between him and the Silmarils, but it's not the same as with Sauron. Okay, so let's have a quick flick through the chats. Ranabir Mitra saying, "Forgive me, I've made too much of that phrase." No, it was my poor phrasing. So any fault is on me, I can assure you. Effective Rambling saying, if you check it out, I hope you enjoy. The audiobook has most of the play excerpts read by Judi Dench. I've no idea what that is, but it sounds excellent, whatever it is. Cannibal the Dragon saying, do you think we will learn how Valyrian steel is created? I get the feeling that Dany and Jon will learn, and Jon won't want to make more because the price is too high, but Dany will. So okay. In my mind, there's only one place that might know, and I think they probably don't, and that's the Citadel. It was a closely guarded secret to start with, and that was in Old Valyria, and all the people in Old Valyria who knew have gone. In Cohort, they have smiths who know some things, but from what we can tell from the World of Ice and Fire, there was a maester who went there and sort of studied them, and he basically discovered that they were doing sacrifices and things in an attempt to replicate what the old Valyrians did. They couldn't make any more Valyrian steels. They clearly hadn't got it quite right, but the feel is very much like, we know it was something like this. So we're going to try a few things and see whether it works. So they don't know. Tobbo Mott doesn't know. The only people who might know are the maesters in the Citadel, and if they do, they're keeping it to themselves. They certainly know how to reforge it. I don't know if that's the right terminology. How to remold it, because if you qualify in the higher mysteries in the Citadel. It's not the word that they use, qualify, but if you reach a certain standard and you get the link in your chain for knowing the higher mysteries, which is magical stuff, basically, that link is Valyrian steel. And that means that there is somebody in the Citadel who can take what they must have somewhere is a big lump of Valyrian steel, and they can reshape that into a link for the chain. So that means they know at least that much. They may know more. They probably don't know more. But will it come out? I mean, this idea of John and Danny recreating the Azor Ahai Nisa Nisa thing. I mean, my instinct is that if that happens, then it's going to be closer to the way it happened on the TV show. I mean, I don't want to say it's exactly like that, but not in an attempt to forge a sword. Because I think that they have got Valyrian steel swords already. They don't need to forge a new sword. Michelle Ramo saying, I think blood sacrifice is required. I think absolutely I would agree there. Anena saying, I believe there's speculation, interpretation that Feanor might have put a bit of his soul into the Silmarils, but yeah, not as calculatedly as Sauron and the Rings. Yeah, I would agree with that completely. And Northern Tommy saying, actually, that link is copper. Yeah, I mean, actually, this is one of those things that every now and then, you know, when you're just like reading through it and your mind just goes off on a complete tangent, is that you think Valyrian steel is really expensive. Does anyone ever think that means that Maester Lewin's wandering around with like enough money to buy a small castle or something, just in a little link? He's probably got a gold one as well. Does he need an armed guard? This is they're all different metals, but some of them are very expensive metals in that chain they've got going on. And Michelle Rimo saying, I bet people in Ashai still know. I still believe it was the ancient Ashai, maybe remnants of the great Emperor of the Dawn, that taught the Valyrians how to ride dragons. Why not teach them other things before disappearing? Quite possibly. Well, okay, as I always do, I kind of spoil my videos before they come out. The Valyrian Steel one, I think, is coming out on Monday, tomorrow even, Friday. So what we know about how to forge Valyrian steel, we're told that all Valyrian magic is rooted in fire and blood, as a generic phrase. We've got various people who talk about forged in dragon flame. We've got this idea of sacrifice, which is there rooted through a huge amount, and this indeed is what those Kahoric smiths seem to have been doing to try to replicate what the Valyrians were doing, was sacrifice. So we've got probably Dragonfire probably some human sacrifice. Spells, we're told that spell forged. Tobo Mott, interestingly, we're told that when he's reforged, when he's turning Ice, the big sword, into two smaller swords, Oathkeeper and Widow's Wail, um, he used 100 spells. So he's not just a smith. He uses magic of some kind. This requires magic. So there's definitely spells involved. Um, the bit that I speculate on is if you go back to these old legends of the Long Night, and you try and we quite often overinterpret them, I think, and we quite often try and look too much into the detail. But if you try and take some of the big picture stuff going on, you get one legend about, this is the last hero, about a guy who heads off with some others to, everything seems to be going wrong, the others seem to be winning. He goes off to try and get some knowledge or information from the children of the forest, and they give it to him. Dragon glass, we know the children of the forest give to humans, and this turns the tide of the battle. We get the legend of the Battle for the Dawn, where the first Night's Watch, effectively armed with dragon steel, fight the others and win. Dragon steel, Sam thinks, sounds very much like it could be Valyrian steel. We get the legend of Azor Ahai, which intriguingly is about forging a sword. If you leave all the other things aside, this is about forging a sword. And it's forging a sword in temple fires, we're told. So there's some kind of magic going on there, or religion or something. There's fires happening. And there's obviously the sacrifice of Nisa Nisa. If we take the big themes of what's going on there, we get everything's going wrong. Last hero goes out, gets dragon glass from the children of the forest. We get a forging of a weapon which is incredibly hard, takes an incredibly long period of time, requires magic, requires sacrifice, requires fire. Then we get what are probably Valyrian steel swords on the other side, and the others defeated. It's not hard to trace it. I'm not saying this is a theory. This isn't something that we know because it's based on legends. But just taking the high level concepts of the legends, the humans went to the children of the forest, learned that dragonglass was the secret to defeating the others, spent a long time forging swords that then are known as dragon steel, probably Valyrian steel. Maybe one of the hidden ingredients to Valyrian steel is dragonglass. Valyrian steel is darker than normal steel, which implies it's got something in there which is maybe darker, which dragonglass is. It's very sharp. Dragonglass is very sharp, and it seems to kill the others. Dragonglass kills the others. So it all adds up. It's speculation, but it kind of works. Anyway, that's completely spoiled my video. Tomorrow, give it a watch, and I probably explain it hopefully a little bit more cogently than I just have now. But anyway, that's my sort of random thought of sort of Valyrian steel and what's involved in it. Let's have a quick flick through the chat. Lady Von Strauss saying, why on the show did they just pour hot metal into molds? That's not how swords are made by a long shot. No, it's true, but obviously they wanted to sort of show new swords being made. I don't know. Wouldn't have been the decision I made, but I understand it. Northern Tommy saying, yeah, that term spell forged is used a few times in relation to Valyrian steel. Curious as to how accepted the role of magic is in choric metallurgy. Um, uh, Peter Cubiter saying the Maesters did not make the Lannister sword. We don't know where they got their sword from. And and then yeah, I think that's probably that there for the chat. Lots of people saying a shy. All the secrets are in the shy. I think you may very well do. Ranabir Mitra asking about the War of the Rohirrim, to ask if I liked it. Um, I did. I saw that as well, actually. Yes, I liked it. This in case you missed this, and um, the marketing for this was a lot more limited than I was expecting. There was a new Lord of the Rings film which happened over Christmas, out in the cinemas. War of the Rohirrim. It was animated film, um, made by Warner Brothers, um, about a great story of Helm Hammerhand, who was king of Rohan way back in the day. This is who Helm's Deep is named after, and we get the story of Helm at the Hornburg, and uh, yeah, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the bits, as you'd probably expect me to say, the bits where they stuck to Tolkien. I probably enjoyed more than the bits, certainly in the latter third. They sort of veered quite a bit away. Um, uh, in particular, in the latter third. So, to an extent, I kind of understood that because this is one of those things where they had two, maybe 3 pages of text from Tolkien on this, and they made a 2-hour film out of it. So, you have to add in details. But they also changed a few things. So, I think I would go. I think it's the Tolkien Society review. I think it was Sean Gunner, the head of the Tolkien Society, said the thing about it is um, it's not a bad film. It's just it's not it's not got the wonder and the beauty and the amazing things of Tolkien's creation, and that's quite sad because um, people will watch it and think, "Oh, that was an okay animated film," and they won't think this is just part of the world's greatest fantasy creation ever. So for me, I enjoyed it, but it did leave a little bit of oh, okay, yeah, fine. Uh, there, the rumor mill, which I suspect isn't just a rumor mill, but is that has an element of truth to it. Warner Brothers had signed a deal with the Tolkien estate effectively to, although the rights are very complicated in Tolkien worlds, so don't try and understand them. But they, in order to keep the rights to make uh, films set in Middle Earth, then they had to make a film every certain number of years, and they had started to run out of time after The Hobbit, and the next set of films that they're going to be making, The Hunt for Gollum, etc., they're not going to be ready for at least 2 years, probably 3. So an animated adventure was something they could make relatively quickly with a relatively small budget, put out into cinemas and keep the rights. So I think it did, from their perspective, it probably did the job. Gilio saying, what Valyrian steel weapons do minor Valyrian houses of the Crownlands have? Right, so there are 3 Valyrian houses in the Crownlands that we know of, being the Targaryens, the Velaryons, and House Celtigar. The Targaryens obviously had their 2 Blackfire and Dark Sister, plus I mean, on the show, this is there. I don't see any reason why it shouldn't be work in the books as well. But the dagger we know as the cat's paw dagger as well. Um, House Velaryon, we don't read of them having a Valyrian steel sword. Maybe they do. But if they do, it certainly doesn't seem to be something that is passed down from father to son and used in battle, or we would have heard of it. It's one of those things where there's a lot of houses you think probably they're big and powerful enough. Maybe they could have got them, but we just don't hear about them. House Arryn, House Tully, the a lot of houses in the Iron Islands. There's some big houses that you would expect would have them. We don't read about them? Maybe they just don't take them out to battle. House Celtigar, though, allegedly we've not seen it, but allegedly they've got a Valyrian steel axe hidden away on Claw Island. Matt Hemming saying, "Spoil Sir Robert, who is going to be on this live stream that doesn't excitedly watch all your lovely videos." Well, that's a very kind thing to say. But yeah, I don't know. I always think it's spoiling my own videos when I say what's going to come out tomorrow. Andrew Case saying, I think it's about the War of Rohirrim. Haven't watched it yet. Will eventually, but it seems very mixed reception. Yeah, I mean, I would agree with you. I find. I struggle to find many people who think it's either the world's greatest movie or an abomination. It's just somewhere in the middle. So, which doesn't mean it's bad. I'm not down on it. There are some very many excellent things about it. Stephen Donnelly saying, "I really enjoyed it, but it was the first time in my life I had an entire cinema to myself. Seems like they didn't have a marketing budget by the end of production." Yeah, a lot of people who you would have thought would be core audience didn't even know it was happening. So yeah, the marketing wasn't great on this. Michelle Ramos saying, "I think if the right people do it, an animated redo of Game of Thrones would be great." I mean, it could well be. I mean, shall we wait until we get the books? I think that would be, for me, that would work best. Andrew Case saying, "I think that's the thing with the Tolkien adaptations. They're held to a certain standard due to the love of the text, and a certain level of quality is expected." Yeah, I'd agree. Also, another thing about Tolkien stuff, which I think has become more and more apparent to me over time, is that the Tolkien fans, we're spoiled. Compared to every other fandom out there, pretty much, we're spoiled. Is that a new Tolkien thing comes along pretty much every year. And so just in terms of like film, we've obviously had the 3 Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings films, plus the 3 Hobbit films, plus we've had this most recent one now. We've got at least 2 more films coming out soon from Warner Brothers. We've got the Rankin Bass film before. Yeah, there's a musical, there's a BBC radio adaptation, there's 3 different audio book readings. I mean, there's so many just of like the main story, and that's not even thinking about things like the Amazon series Rings of Power, all the video games that we've had. There's so much Lord of the Rings stuff out there that if you don't like one, that's fine. You could just leave it to one side. Something else will be along soon. And you know what? There's always the books. The books. Nobody's doing anything to the books. The books are still there. So the Lord of the Rings fandom, Tolkien fans, we're in a very different situation to say Robert Jordan fans, Wheel of Time fans, who have the books, and then you get the TV show, and that's pretty much it. And they know that if the TV show bombs, then there's a good chance that you're not going to be getting another TV show and some films and things like that. This is their one chance to see the thing that they love on the screen. So Tolkien fans, we're absolutely spoiled, it has to be said. Let's have a quick flick through. And the musical is too short, says a Greek Weirwood. I've not seen the musical, actually, I have to say. Andrew Kay saying any Game of Thrones redo is a long time off. Yeah, I think I would agree with that. And Peter Kubitzer saying interesting. There are 2 Valyrian steel blades in great houses on the Iron Islands. Yes, stolen ones, as far as we can tell. Okay, I think with that, well, I'll leave you with this thought from Andrew Kay. Imagine Corlys Velaryon with the Valyrian steel trident in his prime. Yeah, well, what a thought we have there. Okay, so with that, let me just tell you again what I spoiled a little bit earlier in my video. I think it's coming out tomorrow. Valyrian steel. What is it? How is it made? My thoughts on that's out on the main channel. As for this channel, as I kind of teased earlier, yeah, I've been doing quite a lot of thinking about what we can do on this channel over the year. I did have some big plans last year. They didn't really work out. But I'm finding doing some of these live streams deep into the night sometimes getting quite hard work. But at the same time, I loved the feedback on the interview that I did with the Modern Knight the other day. I thought people seemed to really enjoy that. So I'm thinking we might be able to mix up a little bit more content, but I will talk more about that next week. Do not worry, these Thursday night 10 p.m. we're still going to be here with the chat. We're still going to have videos coming out. There's still going to be live streams. Do not worry about that. But I've got a few ideas about some things that I think are quite exciting that we can be doing coming up over the course of the next year. But tune in next week to hear about that. And that's probably it. If you're watching this back a little bit later, thank you, by the way, everyone who is watching over there on X. I can see that there's quite a few people over there on X watching this live. Hi, great to see you. I know I'm answering questions here on YouTube, but I know you're there. And if you're watching this back later, as well as I know quite a lot of people do, hi to you as well. Coming up here, if you're watching this back later on YouTube, will be a link to more of these live streams. If you'd like to see them coming up, somewhere around here is a link to my Patreon page, which is the best way to support this channel if you wish to do so. But that is all for this week. I will be back same time next week, probably with an open Q&A. And I will see you all. Take care, everyone, and I will see you next time.